Hello? I can't hear anything from here.
Yes, hello, good morning, everyone. Kindly be patient uh, as we wait for the lecturer for today to join us in class. And thank you for joining us. You're welcome to class this morning. And kindly keep your mics muted, except when you're asked to speak. When the lecturer starts and he wants you to speak, you can unmute yourself and speak. But in the meantime, kindly keep your mics muted so we would have a smooth run of the class today. So thank you once again for joining us in class. And please share the class link to other students in case they're having difficulty joining the class. Thank you very much.
Now my mic is on, but I don't see my share button is disabled. Now my mic is on, but my share button is disabled. Can you allow me share my screen? Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Okay, now I can't
Good
share
morning.
my
Good morning,
screen.
sir.
Good morning. I trust you all very
Huh?
well. I trust you all are very well.
Very well,
Can
sir.
it, can anybody access the chat room?
Hello?
Can you hear me? Hello.
I can hear you.
Can anybody access the chat room? The chat room. Can anybody access it? It's not
Boss,
No,
we
we
loading
are
don't
on
have
chat
it,
how.
room.
please.
No, sir. No, sir.
The chat room is not accessible. Also, the share link. Oof.
Okay, Doc, please attempt share now.
Now I can share, but the chat room it's still unaccessible.
Okay.
Now I can share, but the chat room is unaccessible. Mm. All right. So once again, good morning, everybody. I apologize for these issues and these challenges. Will ensure that we get it right even before the end of this session, or definitely before we have the next session next week. So I apologize. It's just one technical glitch or the other as it is. So please bear with us. The major reason why this is a bit of an issue is because we want to be able to post the recording. So last week we used the Google Meet. We've got all sorts of licenses in the organization, but I think we have more Microsoft Teams license than any other kind of license. So, and we want to be able to record the sessions and put them on YouTube for people to be able to go back to. So last week, the recording that we did using that Google Meet was not very clean, it wasn't very clear, and that became an issue. So that is why we're using Microsoft Teams, but the team is also our own team is also struggling with some of the technical configurations around this. So we apologize, but we'll get it right. So just give me a minute. We'll get it right in a minute.
Hello, Banga. Good morning. Yeah. Okay, so I need your help, right? We are having a challenge on.
All right, I think we can get on with the class, except they want to change the link again. I think we can get on with the class. The only thing is that we might not be able to use the chat utility. So, Edith and Messi, can I go ahead with my session? I mean, we've lost quite a bit of time already.
Yes, boss, you can go ahead.
Is this session being recorded?
It's recorded, sir.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so once again, thank you very much for being here, everyone. Thank you for taking the time out to be here today. I'm sure you're going to get a lot of value from this session. The other thing is that Messi, a lot of people still want to get into this class, and I'm not sure that this updated link that I have used in coming here has been shared with a lot of people, because I know a lot of people still want to come into this class. So
Okay, boss, I've shared the link to the different platforms.
okay, all right, then that's fine then. Okay, so today it's a continuation from last week. Last week we were having the conversation around last week we had the conversation around business. What exactly is business? I cannot go through everything that I did last week. It's not possible for me to do that because there was quite a bit that we covered last week. And these classes, they build on each other. They build on each other. So I'm going to plead with you, beg of you to please go and ensure introduction to entrepreneurship is what we did last week. So today I'm going to pick it up from business, but they're both very much tied together. The concept of an entrepreneur starts a business, or a couple of entrepreneurs, they will start a business and invite other people to join them in the business. That's typically what happens. So we started the conversation from there last week, from who is an entrepreneur, what makes them unique, what makes them different, what is the concept of a business, how difficult is it to run a business, how complex businesses, can anybody run a business? Can anybody make it through in a business? Are there special things that people need to know if they're going to do well in business? So we had all these conversations last week. So as I said, entrepreneurship and business, they are pretty much tied. They're pretty much tied together. So today is almost like what I'll just consider to be the second leg of the conversation. The first leg of the conversation was last week, and today I'm just going to take on the second leg of the conversation, and I'm certain that you will get a lot of value from these sessions in themselves. So once again, thank you very much for being here. We welcome you to this class. We apologize for some of the technical issues we have had at the beginning of this session, but I'm sure it will be worthwhile. So hopefully, when they're able to fix this issue with the chat room, a lot of us will be able to converse in the chat room in itself. So I always enjoy conversing with people in the chat room because it allows me to know if they're following. It allows me to know, where they are. It also allows them to be able to put in their questions where whenever those questions come to mind. The questions come to mind from time to time. So it allows them to be able to say, you know what, I have a question. Sometimes when we am training, when we're delivering these sessions, it might be difficult to be able to stop to take everybody's questions wherever those questions they occur. But once people can put those things in the chat room, then it significantly helps. So that's one of the reasons why I always want to have the chat room working. But I'm sure we can make do today. If it's not working, we'll find ways around it. Maybe we'll allow a lot of people to share their thoughts and to share their opinion uh, rather than waiting for them to put it in the chat room. When I was preparing for this session, I came across a set of slides that I'd used for an organization called Faith Foundation. I came across a set of slides. I wanted us to quickly, or I want us, right? I want us to quickly, since it's not in the past, it is today, right? I want us to quickly have a quick look at those slides. I'm sure you get some value from just looking at them. So I will put the slide up. As I did a presentation for Faith Foundation a while ago, and those were the slides that I used as part of that presentation. So I will put it up in 1 minute and we can all look at it again. Okay. All right. That was also something that I worked on. So I will also get there today. I looked at about 16 different institutions of the federal government that have the responsibility to support businesses and entrepreneurship in Nigeria. So maybe that's where I'm going to start this session from today. All right. I'm hoping the people that need to be here, that they've been able to make it here eventually. That is where I'm going to start the session today from. All right. So let's look at this, everybody. I believe. So please take note of this. And this is part of your curriculum, everyone. I hope everyone can see my screen. I hope everyone can see my screen.
Yes, sir.
Brilliant. So, I mean, Afiz is based in Abuja. So, Afiz, or maybe you need to, um, I don't know, maybe you need to write, you need to work with the Transformation Collective so that they can build a relationship with all these entities. So, everybody, this is part of your curriculum. This is part of what you're meant to be doing. These 16 entities, the entire 16 of them, they are all meant to be supporting entrepreneurship and businesses in Nigeria. the entire 16 of them. So a lot of us don't even know that they exist. And part of this curriculum states that these entities, we are meant to know about these entities. All of us are meant to know about these entities at the national level. I'm sure at the state level, at least in Lagos State where I live, I'm sure at the state level there are also similar type organizations, but these ones are the ones for the entire country. And I know that some people on this call, they're from different parts of the country. They're from different. So it's good that we just look at the ones that are national. So the 16 of them, one way or the other. So one of the things I did was that I went to all their websites, all of them, the 16 of them. These are 16 entities that one way or the other, they should be supporting entrepreneurship and businesses in Nigeria. So this is a great place for us to start. Nigeria Investment Promotion Commission, who are they? So this is the first assignment. Everybody is going to do a document where it's going to be a Microsoft Word document where you're going to type into that document and you're going to put a table together there. That table will be four will be um 4 columns, right? 4 column table. You're going to write the name of the institution, their vision, their mission, in the second column, and in the third column, you will write what exactly is we can call it their purpose or their objectives, and in the fourth column, you put their website and the CEO's name. So that's an assignment for everybody. I don't know whether people have done the assignment from last week. So Mercy, this is why I wanted you in this class, because Transformation College, we teach entrepreneurship, we teach business, the creation of businesses. That means one way or the other, we should have an alignment, a relationship with these entities. Maybe they have a program we can plug into. Maybe they have something that we can be a part of. But yes, we should be looking at doing that. So the assignment, once again, the name of the maybe for ease, I'll just type it here. So I mean, as I said, this is not all. So this is the assignment. So what are the key elements that we'll have there, or we must have in the name? So let me just do this. So it is a table. Maybe we'll call it a 6 column table. Might be easier. Okay. What should be there? Name of the organization, okay? And then the name of the organization, we will then type what is their vision um, and mission. Those ones will be together, and mission. Then we will have what are their, I don't know, maybe it's their goal. Maybe we can call it, actually, the word I'm looking for is mandate. But some of them might not call it mandate. Some of them might call it their goals. All right. Some might even call it their objectives, whatever. Okay. Even as I'm doing this, I'm sure Afiz, you can look at some of this. So we said we'll look at the Investment Promotion Council. I'm sure on that website we'll find something like that. So name of the organization, the vision, mission, template, goals, objectives, as it is, who is their CEO or the head, and then what exactly is their website, um, and email address. So these are institutes and institutions that are meant to drive um, uh, entrepreneurship one way or the other in our beautiful country, Nigeria. These are the entities that are meant to drive this in our beautiful country, Nigeria. Okay, so once again, the name, Yeah. And then that's about what? Is this 5? Um, Something like this. So this is one of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah. Yeah. So this is an assignment. So for everybody, this is your assignment. So there's 16. So that means you're going to have 16 rows inside of Microsoft Word. All these entities, their job is to support. So look at this entity, for example. Their job is to support entrepreneurship and business in Nigeria. Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission. If you go to these people called NEPZA, Nigerian Export Processing Zones Authority, right? That's number 2. If you look at number 3, this is the Bureau for Public Enterprises. Who are they? What do they do? Okay, you know that this is not the idea behind coming to these sessions, is not the idea behind coming for and coming into these sessions is not because you want to pass an exam. And I was telling somebody during the week, I said the only thing people think about, our educational system has taught us so that we only think about passing an exam. Our mindset, our thoughts, everything that we do, we always primarily thinking about how to pass an exam. And it is good to pass an exam, but it's even much more important than just passing an exam is for you to really learn how do you apply these things. You know, this is modern day. You cannot just be thinking about passing an exam and not be thinking about how do you apply these things. I'm going to encourage you, start to really think about how do you apply these things? How do you apply? Let your fixation not just be on an exam, but the application of these things. We've said everybody here should have some kind of you should have determined what role. You know, we've already talked about this. Maybe you should ask for some of the videos, some of the links, some of the things you've done prior to now. You should start to ask yourself, what job am I preparing for? What local or international job or remote job am I preparing for as a person? So, Bureau for Public Enterprises is another one. There's one that they call Nexim. These people were meant to be our clients, our fees. I don't know what happened. Maybe you need to go back there. All right. So they're meant to be our client, Nigerian Export Import Bank. All these entities are meant to be supporting entrepreneurship and business in Nigeria. Are they doing what they're meant to be doing? Do they have things that they put in place, but you and I are not able to access those things because of one thing or the other? Maybe knowledge is where we're struggling. Maybe because maybe we have a knowledge gap. We're just not knowledgeable in terms of what needs to happen. There is also the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. Who are those of you that want to do export of one thing or the other, right? What do these people have? How can they support you to ensure that you can successfully do your export? What is the registration that you need with these entities, right? Nigerian Export Promotion Council. There is also another entity called SMIDAN. What does SMIDAN mean? Right? There's also another entity called SMIDAN. What does SMIDAN mean? Small to medium size. Does it call it? What did they call it? It's the small to medium size enterprises, something association. Yeah, of Nigeria. So small and medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria. I mean, so an entity like Transformation College, we should know what they do. We should partner with them. Small and medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria. So you can see that this assignment is not only for the students, it's even for us in Transformation College. That why are we not partnering with them? Are they funding entities like us? Are they supporting entities like us? One way or the other. BOI, the Bank of Industry. BOI, the Bank of Industry is another one Of course, if you're going to do anything in Nigeria as an entrepreneur, as a business, you need to meet the likes of Shuaib, who have a relationship with Corporate Affairs Commission. You have to go and register whatever it is that you're doing with them. There's also the federal ministry. I mean, they are like meant to be the overall body when it comes to business and entrepreneurship. Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. And some of these entities, they even have they have all sorts. Some of these entities, they have all sorts. But if your mind is not open, if you don't understand these things, you will never be able to take advantage of them. You know, knowledge is a problem. The knowledge gap is a challenge. Is a challenge of some sort. What you don't know, you can't take advantage of. There is also for people who are into areas of work like this, um, uh, a National Agency for Food, NAFDAC, right? This is somebody that we ourselves are meant to have been doing some work with. Well, this is an entity we're meant to have been doing some work with. NAFDAC, who are they? Do you need NAFDAC registration for your business? How do you go about it? Okay. We also here you have SON, Standard Organization of Nigeria, of which one of our businesses or two of our businesses are partnered with them. What do you need from SON? How do you build a relationship with SON? How can SON help you? What do you need to do relative to that? There's also this one called the Raw Materials Research and Development Council, the Raw Materials Research and Development Council of Nigeria. So this is another entity that, you know, depending, not every people are going to be in all sorts of businesses, various types of businesses. So you definitely need to be on top of some of these things. We also have the central bank. The central bank, they even have a fund. How do you access this fund? How do you become a part of this fund? How can you take advantage of this fund? Look at it. So they have a fund, and I think the fund is still active. I had to sit down. I mean, you can't copy this from anywhere, right? It's not the curriculum just says you and I should know about the entities in Nigeria that support businesses. But I had to sit online and start to go to the website of each of them. And I had to take a screenshot from their website. So this is me doing my research relative to this. So uh, you should also go and find out what exactly is this? What is the fund that is available? How can this help? You know, if you're in IT, you have to have a registration with an entity called NITDA, I believe, and a couple of others. If you're in all these kinds of businesses where you're doing farming, you're doing all sorts of products, you also have this entity called FIRO. You also have these people, they're called FIRO. I believe their office is even somewhere here in Lagos. And these are federal government entities. These entities have people, have employees, they are paid. Maybe they don't do enough publicity. Okay. Maybe that's one of the problems. They don't do enough publicity. Nobody even knows that they exist. Federal Institute of Industrial Research. Which research are they doing? Who is using their research? How valuable is their research to you and to your business? So this is important. And then, of course, there's also this entity called NISAL. Okay, there's also this entity called NISAL, because you really do need knowledge, right? You need knowledge. These people help with regards to agriculture in Nigeria. So that's what it is that they do. They help with regards to the entire agricultural food chain in Nigeria. So you might really want to go to find out who are they, what do they do, how can they help you, what's the nature of what you do in your own organization, how can NISAL, Nigerian Incentive-Based Risk Sharing System for Agricultural Lending, a very long name like that. Let me do this. Okay, so Very long name. Nigeria. Nigeria Incentive Based Risk Sharing System for Agricultural Lending. I used to have a friend that used to work here, or I do have a friend, not used to. The friend is ill and had to leave, safe and sound. All right. And they're a subsidiary, of the CBN in Nigeria, a subsidiary of the CBN in Nigeria. So once again, I mean, it's a long list of entities that can help. You know, people should become maybe members of what did they call it, the NESG, which Afiz was looking into recently, and even became a volunteer to them, Nigerian Economic Summit Group. So, and one good thing about Nigerian Economic Summit Group, everybody, you want to write it down, right? Is that they have a lot of free webinars. Nigeria Economic Summit, NESG. Yes. Okay. They have a lot of free webinars that they do. If you can just follow them with regards to all their free webinars, NESG webinars. They have a lot of webinars that they do, and those webinars are very useful. They educate you, they let you know what is happening around. Look at it, look at their website. I know whether you can see, right? And they're free. I mean, look at this one that they said that they just did. Okay, they did this one in August. They have all sorts. They have all sorts. If you follow them on social media, Nigeria Economic Summit Group, they have all sorts of things that they do. So the idea, once again, everybody, is that you're not blind or unaware. You're not blind or unaware with regards to all the entities in the country that can support your business one way or the other. Who are they? What do they do? How can they support you? In what area? You know, you should know about these things so that you're not, look at it exactly, look at on their website. It's a lot. And some of you will even start to aspire to speak at their events, to be a part of the organization and things like that. It's not impossible. People who are involved with them, they are not gods. They are normal human beings like you and I. It's just that they have decided that they're going to take some of these things seriously, while some other people have decided that these things are not important, right? They're not God. I mean, they're human beings just like you and I, as it sees. So yes, Nigerian Economic Summit Group, it will be good that you know who they are, what do they do, how can they help you, and things like that. Nigeria Economic Summit Group research. I mean, how can you be a volunteer? How can you work with them as the Nigerian Economic Summit Group? Where will you come in? What can you go to tell them that you want to join them? What is the value you can add to them, and what can you learn from them also? It's important, once again, that you take note of these things. So that is one very important thing that I'm going to hold all of you to. You need to do your assignments. You know, we gave assignments out last week. Some people have not done their assignment. Actually, a lot of people have not done their assignment. If you have done your assignment, I would have said, please raise up your hand in the chat room. All right. But since our chat is not working today, but I know a lot of people have not done their assignments. So please be doing your assignment. The assignment is not only for you to get credits for the course, which is important that you get credit for the course. But more importantly, the assignment is also to help you dig deeper and so that you understand these things even a bit more. So, for example, if you're in technology, you need to know what they're doing in NITDA. You need to plug into NITDA as an organization. You need to be aware of what is happening in the technology space. You can't really do technology in Nigeria and you will not know about NITDA. You won't be following NITDA. You will not be registered with NITDA. You won't be going for their events. I mean, how are you going to survive? You cannot do business successfully by burying your head in the sand. All those people that say, oh, me, I don't like to go out. Oh, me, I don't like to talk to people. Blah, blah, blah. All those kinds of things that people who are not doing business, they say, oh, man, I don't really like to do this. So sometimes people don't really like to do those things. But these are very important things that if you don't do them, you will not be successful in business. These are key things that if you do not do them, you will not be successful in business. So please take note of these things. There are about 18 institutions that I have put in here. Who are they? What do they do? How can they help you in your own organization? Okay. What do they do? How can How can they help you in your organization? What is the value you can get from these entities? You cannot do business being ignorant. There's that your ignorance of many things is not very useful. So about 18 of them, everybody. So Messi, please take note of this. This is an assignment for everybody. All right. Who are these 18 entities? What do they do? How can they help? What do they do? The name of the organization, their vision and their mission, their mandate, goals, and objectives. Um, a 5-column table. Who's their CEO, their head, or their leader, and what is their contact address? Okay, thank you very much, Wisdom. Wisdom has said that, you know what, FIRS. Okay, so I agree with you, Wisdom. I completely agree with you that you cannot do work in Nigeria without knowing who FIRS is, what do they do, how can they help, right? Apart from help, how do you ensure that you stay in alignment with their requirements for your own organization? Thank you very much, Wisdom, for that. You said, what about FRS? FRS is the fear of FRS is the beginning of wisdom. Amen. All right. The fear of FRS is the beginning of wisdom, because if you violate FRS, they will close down that your so-called company, that company that you seem to be very proud of, that you think that, oh, we are on top of the world. If you violate FRS, they will surely help you to close down your company. So that's very important. I'm sure others also have some others. Who else is important? I need just one more. In Nigeria, which other government entity is it that you cannot do business effectively without knowing FIRS?
We are sorry for that interruption. It's the network. Please give us a moment to get him back on the call. Thank you so much.
I apologize. My internet just decided to grow a mind of its own, so I apologize. All right. Did anybody have any other thing to say? You know, one thing that is also increasingly important in Nigeria, idea add to it, is the Nigerian Data Protection Commission. Because right now, Afiz, do you know that you can even be registered and not yet as an organization? So you can be registered not only as a partner. So I think there are like 3 levels that they do these days. So you can be registered as a partner, you can be registered as somebody that has gone through the entire thing, and you can also be registered as also somebody who processes something. I saw a certificate recently, and the certificate was along those lines. So there's quite a bit. So let me just add what did they call it? A Nigerian Data Protection Regulation. So for certain kinds of for certain kinds of organizations, maybe not all organizations it apply to, but it will definitely apply to some. So I will put that, I'll put theirs also here. And then we have, I mean, once again, this will not even be all, no matter how many we put in here. This won't be all, but at least this is a decent list of the organizations in Nigeria that all of us, we need to ensure that we are aware of who they are, what they do, and things like that. So even a small business that is processing personal data must still show alignment to NITA, to NDPC. Okay, so pretty much I'll share my screen one more time just so that everybody will be able to see my see the total number of organizations that I have put in here. So there are about 20 of them now, right? Because I put the NDPC. What am I saying? NDPC Commission, Nigerian Data Protection Commission. Who are these people? Why should a small business be aware of who these entities are? Why should a small business, be aware of who all these entities are. Why should you go on their website? Why should you partner with them? Why should you have business with them? And things like that. So I hope this is clear, right? I hope this is crystal clear. I said I was going to quickly go through a presentation that I did for, what's their name now? For Faith Foundation. So I said I was going to quickly go through that. So I will look for it now and we will quickly run through that presentation. I teach there, I run different things for Faith Foundation, and I think the organization, I mean, my journey into entrepreneurship cannot be told without me mentioning Faith Foundation and how they have helped one way or the other in my lifetime. They really have helped to do one thing or the other in my business life, so to speak. So I think this was my presentation. I'll quickly go through it. So because I found that it will be very useful for activities that we are doing here. So this is what I did for them last year. Okay. So this is what I did for them last year. On very quickly, this is my dear self, yours truly, and these were the topics that I covered when I that session with them. Yeah, okay. So, anyways, these are some of the topics or the themes that I covered with them during that presentation. So I'm going to go through these things very quickly. All right. So hopefully here will be entrepreneurs. As I mentioned earlier, I don't think you should. I think you should have. Let me not say I don't think you should. I think you should think about it carefully before you go to become an entrepreneur. One thing that I'll put it here so that I don't forget it. The one key question you should ask yourself is that what is my leverage in Nigeria? You know, that complicates the question. It is one thing for you to say that what is my leverage? Another thing what to say is that what is my leverage in Nigeria if you're in Nigeria? What is the real leverage that you have? Do you
Excuse me,
have one
doctor.
kind of knowledge that yes?
Okay, we can't
Yes,
see your
yes,
screen.
please.
We can't see your screen, please.
Oh, is it everybody that cannot see my screen? Are you sure?
Yes, I
I
can
can
see
see
the
it.
screen as well.
Yes, I
Everybody?
also
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can
No,
see.
we can't see your screen.
Okay, so let me.
That's
All right, that's fine. So can you see my screen now? Can you
Not
see it
yet.
now?
Not
Okay.
yet.
Okay, give me a minute. Give me a minute. Let me just finish what I was typing. Do you have some key? Uh, uh, okay, so let me do this again. Let me do this again. Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Still not displaying, sir.
I don't know what the challenge will be then because you can hear me and I'm sharing. So nobody still can see my screen?
No, sir.
Nobody?
No, it's
Yes,
not
I
showing.
know.
Wow. Okay. Say that
No,
again.
sir. No, sir. No, sir, we can't see it.
Okay, that's fine. I don't know what might be the problem. Stop sharing. Let me stop sharing. Let me try again one more time. Uh, hoping you can see. Nobody can still see my screen. That's weird. That's weird because it says I'm sharing. Okay. Let me leave and I'll just come. I hope and pray that this works now. I hope and pray that it works now. Any luck?
Still
No,
the
sir.
same way.
Any luck?
Sir.
It's not showing.
I think it's my internet. I think because I changed my internet, but this one is stable, but it's not allowing you to see my screen. I don't know what we're going to do with this. Let me change back to the other one and see if there's any difference.
All right, while we are still waiting for Doctor to join us back in class, if you have questions that you wish to put in the chat room, please make use of the Q&A chat room. We would see your question and we'll call his attention to your question. So please make use of the Q&A chat room for your chat conversations.
Okay, let me try it again.
Doc, I can see you've tried to share again, but it's still the same. Okay, great. It's back, Doc. We can see your screen now.
I don't even know how I can technically explain this, right? The other internet, you can hear me clearly, but you can't see my screen. And it's, as I said, I don't even have an explanation, but anyways. This is what I was typing up there. So if you're running a business in Nigeria, the question you need to ask yourself is that, what is my leverage? Because you can't just blindly go into business. You can't just blindly go into business. It's either you're truly certain that you have exceptional knowledge or skill in a particular area, or you have some key relationships that you know that those relationships will deliver, or you have a world-class product that meets an urgent need. Like your product or your service, if people don't buy it, they're going to die. They're going to faint, they're going to collapse. Franchise for LG products. Or you have a franchise for, what's the younger brother of LG now? What's the other one? What's the one?
License.
If you can
Hisense.
afford some,
Hisense.
thank you very much. If you can afford, let's start from the beginning. If you can afford, is this Sony or something, right? Or Philips, those ones, you go for Samsung. If you can't afford Samsung, you do LG. If you can't do LG, you do Hisense. If you can't do Hisense, you do Media or something. I'm sure they put all those things in the same factory.
There's another one
So-
called Right Tech.
Yeah.
There's one called what?
Right.
Tech.
You can bring another worse product so that it will give you the impression of AC. It doesn't really have to give you AC. It has to give you the impression of AC. And when I was younger, people, the fridge in our house, I'm sure we had it for 20 years. Now, you cannot buy a brand new fridge and use it for 5 years. Hardly. If you use it for 5 years, you would have changed compressor. You would have changed all sorts. So business is not what you do blindly. And when I mean business here, entrepreneurship here, I defined it last week. I'm not talking about you just making hair for the people around your house, or you sell beads to the people in your church, or that's not what I'm talking about though. I'm talking about building an organization, entrepreneurship that can scale, that can hire people, that can turn over 1 billion one day in its books. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about subsistence entrepreneurship, the one that allows you to be able to eat at night. I'm not talking about, some Instagram businesses are very big. I mean, I know that. I know somebody who does big business through Instagram, right? People make their orders, they do their delivery, people transfer a lot of money to them. Well, for most of the other Instagram businesses, it's just be for you and your friends that can see your page. So these are the kinds of things we're talking about. Can you scale? and you become a billion naira, and you know a billion naira is not a lot of money in dollars. Can you become a billion naira annual revenue company? Okay. Can you write a plan, a validated plan that shows that, you know what, over X period of time, you will be able to do a billion. You'll be able to export, you'll be able to hire people, you'll be able to have an office, you'll be able to contribute to humanity and to the society. So these are very important things, right? So is there a unique opportunity? Is there a gap in the market? You show that what you want, that customers truly need it. So I always say to people that the surest 5 industries, the top 5 industries. Number 1, food, healthcare, education, accommodation, transportation. What else? For me, maybe I'm wrong. People can correct me. What do you think are the top 5? Now, it's the top 5 industries. People cannot wake up in the morning and go to bed at night without these 5. Tell me, what do you think? I'm right? What are the things that people cannot do without? People must give birth. Am I right? No matter how difficult the economy is, people will give birth. Hold on. That me to my computer. People have to give birth. Hold on. I don't know. Did I mistakenly delete? Okay, sorry. Food plus what? Healthcare plus education plus accommodation
And transportation.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. People have to wear clothes. After all, they're not going to go around naked, but their need for clothes might not be that bad, like that urgent. So this one, I'll put this here. People have to use technology, right? You and I can barely live without technology. People need, even above all these ones, I'll put utilities. Am I right? Whatever you're doing in that utilities market, whether it is something that's got to do with electricity and maybe water, those kinds of things. People cannot live or exist without it. I've not had electricity in my house for more than 24 hours as we speak. So, right. So for me, these are the top 5. Now, if your business is in the ecosystem of these 5, then it makes sense. Then it makes a lot of sense. So, what do you think, everybody? Food. No matter how, people are still going to eat. Or the small money that they have, they'll start using it to eat. Healthcare. That's why the SDG goals, Sustainable Development Goals, hunger is number 2, poverty is number 1, health is number 3, education is number 4. According to Sustainable Development Goals. People need accommodation. People must use one form of transportation or the other. So if your business is in these areas, as I said that they just brought my electricity after 24 hours. That's why I said you must have leverage in Nigeria. Everybody, let me underline that. Because you might have leverage outside of the country, and that leverage is not valid in Nigeria. No, my kids came back from boarding house yesterday, and they said they were very hot, as they like to put it. That the environmental temperature was very warm. So, and there was no electricity. And I was saying to myself that, can you imagine that in the year 2024, almost 2025, electricity in Nigeria is still for the, what we can call the rich. Because they wanted to switch on my generator in the afternoon. And I'm telling you that, do you know the cost of fuel? And it occurred to me that, so in Nigeria in 2025, can you imagine having electricity 24 hours is still a big deal. Like, it's only when you are rich that you can have electricity 24 hours. Amazing. Or amazing, as the other guy likes to put it. So you have to pursue a unique opportunity, irrespective of whether you own all the resources or not. But there must be a validated, everybody. There must be a validated gap in the market. And that customers, their needs and their wants will be provided for. There must be a validated need in the market, not a need or a gap that exists in your mind. So people come up with all sorts of things in their minds. Okay? You have to set up an entity that you're going to use to help you explore whatever that opportunity is. It can be you alone, it can be you and some other people. You have to set up something that can help you explore what that thing is. I like the other sentence here. If there's no unique opportunity, you're just hustling, you're just trying to see waiting day. But not real entrepreneurship. So that's one I'm saying, that you're just doing whatever, anything that comes, so that, today you sell hair. Tomorrow you will bake cake. The day after you do photography. It's not bad. Maybe you're trying to find your space. Well, all that one is just hustling. Okay? So somebody has to take that opportunity. When Nigeria is very hard. If I could see down the line all along, I'd have taken a job in MTN. And I'm going to work in Microsoft, because the economy is too difficult. It's too hard. Do you know what? How much loan is official loan from the federal government of Nigeria? If you go to any commercial bank, by the time they add all the charges, of which you must have collateral, I hope you'll notice some of these things. By the time they add all the charges, of which you must have collateral, it will come down to at least about 32%. After you have a collateral that probably is multiplied by 5 of that thing or something. If I want to get 10 million, I need collateral of about 50 million. Then on the 10 million, they're going to charge me 32% per annum. I've mentioned it on this call. Do you know what the average profit is from any business that you do? Business in Nigeria. It is 20%. That's the average profit. If that business is out of this world and you're able to really do well, maybe you will do 25%. Maybe. But the average If you're doing well, not the one that Mr. Macaroni will tell you are doing well, it's 20%. Now, how can you do business at 20 or 25%? Well, if you wanted a bank, let's even assume you have the collateral. You want a bank to fund you. The bank will fund you annual of about 32. That means you can never, except it is one weird government deal or something like that, you can never succeed in business taking a bank loan. And I'm talking about a commercial bank. Do you know how much a microfinance bank borrows money as of today? Do you know? Do you know? It is about 50% per annum, which is about 4% every month. That means if you borrow 10 million from a microfinance bank, because my microfinance bank is not a commercial bank, their interest is higher. That means for a microfinance bank, you're going to be paying 4.8 million back out for the 10 that you borrowed. For a business that you're going to get 20% or 25% per annum. I mean, if you're borrowing money in Nigeria, it'll only be your friends, your cousins, your aunties that might not charge you an interest. Or you can only borrow it for certain kind of deal that you're certain that you're going to get 80% profit or 70% profit. So that way you can easily pay the 14 or 50% back to the microfinance and then still keep 20%. Now tell me the business. You can switch on your mic that you're going to do legal, legit business, that you're going to get 60 to 70% profit. You've taken out your rent, you've taken out the cost of your goods and services, you're taking out your utility bills, you're taking out your time, the cost of your time. Tell me the nature of that business that you're guaranteed to be able to do 60 to 70%. That's why most people that borrow money from a microfinance bank, that car that you're going to give to them, most likely you will not be able to collect the car back. But when you miss 1 month, they're going to charge you penalties. And then they're going to add the one for last month into next month. So you borrow 1 million, you give them a car of 5 million. By the time you calculate your bill, you even be owing them 6 million because you missed a couple of the payments. You just tell them, yeah, carry the Mercedes Benz, carry it, take it with you. Leave me in peace. So entrepreneurship is very difficult in Nigeria. Not impossible, just difficult. So you better make sure you have leverage. What is your leverage? What is the gap in the market that you're about to fill? That's why I told everybody to do a business plan last week. I don't know how many people wrote the plan. I also told you to do your SWOT analysis. I don't know whether people have done those assignments. Assignments are good for you. After all, I do the assignments myself. I do them. I do them as part of my day job. So you should not be an entrepreneur, but if you're certain that you have a validated gap, that people are willing to pay for that product or service in a certain area, because geography is also very important. Something is working in Ikeja does not mean it's going to work in another place. Somebody says that I went to Iyano-Ejigbo. Do you know where that is in Lagos? I said I got there, found out that there is no pizza store there. So I'm going to go and open a pizza shop in Iyano-Ejigbo or somewhere around Loto, Mowe. People might want pizza in other parts of Lagos, but I'm not sure that if you go off that Loto bridge, around that Mowe area, that pizza is the #1 thing that they're looking for. So geography is also very important. I talked about this before. I'm not going to talk about it again. Talked about it before. Business is tough in Nigeria. It's tough. Some people have done business in Nigeria for 30 years. They can't really point to anything from it. That's why when you're a businessman in Nigeria, your relationship with God will now have to go closer. Because you realize that business school will not help you. Yeah, your help comes from the Lord. So I've spoken about this last week. I can't talk about this again. I want to quickly get off this presentation so that we can go for our break. Okay. As a business, you need to make a profit. As a business, you need to make a profit. As a business, you need to make a profit. So you have to have a vision. There are all sorts of risks that you have to be able to manage, and you have to make a profit. A lot of businesses don't make a profit. The problem when it comes to business is that you don't even know how it's being funded. Last week I said, or if I say it as a man to woman, the women will beat me up. So I changed it last week. I said, one woman that has gone to open a shop for her husband on Aolo Road in Ikoyi or Allen Avenue. The husband says, I have this idea that people need waistcoats, people need suspenders, people need cufflinks. I'm going to go to Turkey or whatever to bring them in. And the man opens his shop. The man is a very troublesome man. So the wife is looking at it like, see this guy. And this one is a true life story. I'm not even joking. It was on Aolo Road in Ikoyi years ago. And the wife went, paid for rent for like 5 years. Let me not say further than that. If I start to describe the person, and then people might know the person. But the woman used to work in a big company and she was like a CEO. She was a CEO. For the shop for her husband, paid for rent, gave him money to buy the goods. So that's why you now look at the man, you're like, I'm going to go into business. I'm going to be selling suspenders. That guy is making a lot of money. That guy is not sometimes making any money. The money that he's making from those clothes cannot even pay his rent. I went to eat in a restaurant, seafood restaurant. My wife and I, some weeks ago, we sat in there for almost like 1 hour or 2 hours that we were there. We're like 5 or 6 people. And I was saying to her that this business that we're seated in can never be profitable. That the cost of the rent of this place, there's no amount of seafood that will bring it. And then the only reason why they're like this is because they're probably the owners of this building. So when they're the owners of the building, they won't be taking the rent out every month. They'll, excuse me, they'll just allow, excuse me. All right. So in such a place, you would think that they're making money. They're not making any money. They can't even pay for their stuff. And that's why one area of life that you can never afford to do follow is in business. You better truly understand what your competitive advantage. My cousin has opened a shop. He's doing this. My uncle has done this. It's never been it's never going to be enough for you to open a business. Let's move on. Very quickly. Vision, risks, and profit. Vision, risk, and profit. It's good to have a vision. You must understand the risks. When I started Transformation College, Edith here, we started it together. We thought that running this kind of education, this kind of course, advertising it, that people will cut to themselves to be here, that these courses will be oversubscribed, that we will have 1,000 people who will be begging to join our courses because it's for free. Run the school. Look at the number of people that are on this call, 20-something people. Then you now realize that this kind of education maybe is not very important to people. Maybe people are more interested in, if I was doing Bitcoin now, or I don't know, maybe what's that thing? If you go and open a betting shop, what else do young people like to do? Bitcoin, betting, what else? Crypto, generally. Maybe we'll get way more attention than this. So you have to have a vision. That's important. But you have to understand the risks. I mean, on the other call that we're having right now, we had about what? Almost 1,000 registrations there about for the IT course that we're running right now, simultaneously with this course. Go there. I can bet there'll probably be 50 people. Now, how do you marry that? 1,000 people got on their phones, got on their computers, put their names, put their email addresses, put their phone numbers, registered for a course. The course starts, the people don't come. The people don't want to learn about software development. The people are not really interested in learning all those things. So if I was looking for profit from Transformation College, then all my hopes and my dreams have been dashed already. If I was looking for profit, because I thought we'll be oversubscribed. But look at us now. We're not even undersubscribed. We have 0 subscription. If I'm holding a class on entrepreneurship, on introduction to business, do you know they send this flyer to about 2,000 people? And a lot of them say it, but they're not really interested in these kinds of things. Some of the ladies who work with me, they do, what's that thing called? They act like a hostess on Saturdays. All of them, they're not here. They work in my office. They all go to do that Saturday hosting job, or hostess work. Ask them how much they pay them every Saturday. 10K, 10 grand on the average. Do they know these things that I'm talking about? Far from it. Can they articulate them? Far from it. Are they here? No, they're not. So there's so many risks. There's so many risks. So that profit for a lot of people is very elusive. It's very elusive. One of my friends he said everybody makes a profit in Excel. He said when people sit down and do Excel, they write a plan. Everybody makes a profit in Excel. All right? Everyone makes a profit in Excel. Yeah? Or in their business plan. Right? Those plans are always very optimistic and assumptuous. Yes. Those plans are always very optimistic and very assumptuous. There's so many assumptions that people make. Okay? And maybe those plans are always very optimistic and filled with many assumptions. So, okay, how do you get into business? How do you do it? How do you penetrate a market? So we call it your strategy. Unfortunately, strategy is always in hindsight. You never know a strategy that will work. Great strategy is always in hindsight. Global companies have products. Everybody go online and services that fail all the time. So even the global companies cannot tell you that they cannot validate, they can't really say that their strategy always works. Strategy is always in hindsight. It's when it has worked that you know that it was a good strategy. It's not a good strategy. It's never a good strategy.
Doc, we can no longer
Please,
hear
I
you,
can't hear
please.
anything. I don't know if it's just me.
Doc, are you still on the call, please? We cannot hear you. Okay, I'm guessing his network is acting up again. Please, let's give a few more minutes. Hopefully that will be rectified.
Okay.
So while we wait for him to rejoin, kindly check the Q&A tab, click on it and view the attendance link. The attendance form link has been shared there. So please click on it and fill up the attendance form. Click on the Q&A icon. It's similar to the chat icon. All right. Okay, so we have him back on the call.
Something or somebody is really something or somebody really does not want me to do this class today. Whether it is a person, whether it is a thing. Now I've had to change to the other internet where you don't see my screen. So I'm not able, I hope you see my screen. Otherwise, I'm just going to go to bed.
I can see your screen.
Amen. Thank God. I buy you too much. All right. So Dominic, you and I would say, oh, it was a great strategy, but we'd only know that later. You want to check everybody that the failed products from Unilever, failed products from Cadbury, failed products from Nestle, all those kinds of organizations, these are global institutions. How did they end up with failed products? With all their research teams, with all the experts that they've hired, go and check failed products from Microsoft, failed products from Google. These are global institutions that you would think that when it comes to strategy for products and services, They have them nailed down completely. Those organizations still have failed products even till tomorrow. So you know that strategy is not easy or straightforward. We're not talking about doing it as part of a course. That was just a course. We're talking about executing the strategy for an organization. Right? So, but you need to have a strategy, right? You need to make sure that you know something, do something, have something, and make a certain kind of impact that the next company will struggle to do. You need to know something, you need to do something, you need to have something, you need to make something that the next person will not be able to do. Strategy is a big conversation. Okay? So, we already had sessions even last week where you said you can't give what you don't have. If you're not a valuable person, how are you going to create a valuable company? You're not a valuable person, how are you going to create a valuable product? You have to learn a lot. And the market keeps changing. When you wake up in the morning, a new company has come. We're doing something in Ghana. And I just went there after a while and I just saw one company had come from India or something and they had billboards for that same service that we're offering around the entire country. They had come into the country, they had registered, they had gotten some very powerful people on their boards. So you look at it like this and you just ask yourself, how am I going to do this? How on earth am I going to get this done? So your products have got to be great, they've got to be innovative, they've got to meet customer demands. The products and the services have got to address a frustration. There must be a budget for those things. In my line of work, one of the things I tell people is you can go on the average, in my line of work, you can go on holidays throughout. You can go on holidays throughout Q1 on the average. Because the services that we sell, clients don't really pay for them in Q1. Because most Nigerian companies run in a January to December financial cycle. Right? Because they run a January to December cycle, they don't wake up in the beginning at the beginning of the year to want to spend money. They wait till later in the year. So sometimes we're not really doing much in Q1. A lot of times. So you have to understand the market. You have to understand what you're doing. So what you're doing right now, is it a necessity? Somebody says, I make beads. Well, will people decide that they won't sleep at night if they don't wear beads? Somebody says, oh, I sell socks. Is it a necessity? Does it address the frustration? Do customers you that you've woken up this morning, is socks on your priority list? So, once again, brothers, sisters, ladies, and gentlemen, you also have to think about your pricing, your quality, efficiency, and many other things. Okay? You have to have competitive advantage. We spoke about this last week. You can't go to a place where everybody go and type blue versus red ocean strategy. Type it into Google, please. Blue versus red ocean strategy, or type it into your AI. Type it into your AI. Blue versus red ocean. What is blue ocean? Where you don't have too many people playing. What is red ocean? Where everybody's playing. So 80% of the people who provide something, they are all in that red ocean. It's the ocean of blood, They will beat each other. They will cut each other. They will bleed. Everybody, please check on your phone. Check on your WhatsApp. Blue versus red ocean. Blue ocean versus red ocean strategy. So you have to get out of the red and come to the blue. But how do you find the blue ocean? Very tough. You know, some of the people who write these things in Harvard and write all these things, they themselves have never run any business before. But they are good thinkers, so they can think of something. But how are you going to implement and effect that thing? That's now up to you. So blue versus red ocean. You need people who wake up. You know, what people say about business is always very interesting. Somebody will come to you and say, hire great staff. I said, am I MTN? Am I First Bank? How do I hire a great staff when that staff also is applicable to MTN? Like it or not, I cannot hire, I don't have first right when it comes to hiring the best. It's just the problem of all entrepreneurs. I have to hire people that I can afford and then hopefully work with them to grow the company and then give them benefits and compensation for also growing. If you say, oh, hire the best people, train the people with the, I mean, like, how much money are we even making as at today? I can hire the best people. I have to hire good people that I can afford. Somebody says, train them, give them the highest amount of training. How much training can I really afford to give? Where is the time, the effort, the energy, and the resources to be able to train them the same way a GT Bank trains them? Can you imagine in those days, GT Bank will hire you, pay you a decent salary, and put you in training school for 6 months. Then they brought you to 5, then 4, then 3 months. Now I don't even think they do it again. Mean that when I hire you, I want to get productivity out of you next month. One of my friends, they just hired him somewhere. They're paying him a lot of money. He has done 2 months in a sales role. He hasn't brought any money. They're about to fire him. They're about to fire him. Well, because it's a small business, they can't afford to pay people, and those people are not productive. So you need to know that. This is where I want to get to in my entrepreneurship journey. It's easier said than done. Some of these things, they sound like things that you put on YouTube and Instagram. They're these motivational speakers that they say. The motivational speaker that is saying it, he himself does not have a proper business. All he has is a motivational speaking business. Or he will parrot all these things, and then they will take the nice photograph, and then you now go to bed at night. You won't be able to sleep because you're like, hey, I want to be able to only think strategically. Oga, Dangote is very much involved with his business. So maybe you can start to plan like me, how to reduce your time and how to empower others. But to say that you will just be doing strategic thinking, well, your organization will be executing itself. It's ideal, it's desirable, it's probably the end point we all want to get to, but trust me, this is not easy at all. There are many things here. Everybody can acquire the skills if you have the toughness of mind and spirit. So they're not born. You don't need a lot of money. You don't need a lot of money. You might need some money, but not a lot. You need to be smart. You need to be sensible. You need to be creative. I never feel like I'm my own boss. I never feel that way. Employees and customers are really my bosses. And I don't say that lightly. One of my major employees says that he's leaving tomorrow. You know, now that means I have to go and take his job or start to look for alternatives. So I never feel like I am the boss. Never feel that way. You don't set your own hours. Most employees are going to work 365 days a year. You want that? And they probably will do that 365 days a year for the first 20 years of their business. Did you hear what I said? 20 years. You know, I can call my employee right now, and then they might not pick up their call because it's weekend. But client can't call me now and I'm like, it's weekend. What is that? Even if I'm in church and I see the call, I'll text him. I'm like, God, please allow me to call you back. Yeah, of course, employees take risks, but you shouldn't take stupid risks. You shouldn't take the kind of risk that will sink you. So you have to think about it. You can be an entrepreneur at any age, so age does not matter. It's not, you don't need, you need ideas that are workable in the marketplace. So entrepreneurs are like we're crooks. Like we don't have any form of integrity or whatever that thing is. Because most entrepreneurs will cut corners, like lawyers, right? But trust me, get to a place where those things start to hurt you. So you need experience, but you need exposure even more. That's one thing that will stop you as an entrepreneur. Experience versus exposure. Are you exposed to newer, better ways, newer ideas, newer approaches of getting things done? So, of course, at the end of the day, you can decide you don't have to stay in the business forever. I'm looking for somebody to dash all my businesses to. Give it to somebody, invite partners in, give shares to the directors. So I want to go to do something else. I want to go and sit in Transformation College in Abeokuta and be chasing the students around the whole place and doing attendance. So can try to have an exit strategy. You can sell, you can bring other people in. Me, I want to bring other people in. You just want to own a certain percentage of the company. So that every month they'll pay me a salary and I'll go my way and go and do evangelism or something. So you should have some kind of exit strategy. People who don't have exit strategy, they die while trying to run the business. 70, 80. They'll still be signing all the checks. They'll still be chasing diesel. Where is the electricity? Why did they buy it this way? Because they don't have an exit strategy. They don't have an exit strategy. So they will be 70. You see them in the market. It's for the store. We're buying this. We're buying pepper. We are cooking tomorrow. Last week, that ends today. You had training in the office. The owner of the business there is there. She's there every day. She will drive there to come to sit. I had to ask the people, I said, this woman, doesn't she have better things to do with her time? She said, our main guy has resigned, so she's the one now. Monday to Friday, come to sit at the client side. One client. I said, this woman cannot have other clients. She's not careful. You do it till she's 17. They say, we're cooking somewhere. You go to the market, you can't buy this. I mean, that cannot be the plan. You should spend that time in the gym, doing a lot of physical exercises, playing tennis or golf or something. Okay? You should. should have an exit strategy. I'm in tech. I know my own advantage. But I also know the advantage of young people. I know that in the next 5-10 years, I'm not going to be like this. I'm not going to understand blockchain as well as I do. There'll be something after artificial intelligence that I might struggle with. I'm in technology. I have to give way to younger people. They're quicker, they're smarter. I can't work the kind of long hours I used to work when I was much younger. So for those of you that are entrepreneurs, you have to have an exit strategy. Very important. Of course, you cannot exit something that is not successful. So you have to first be successful, determine your parameters. Right? So you can sell, you can merge, and have a franchise, can do all sorts. You all need to be resilient. It doesn't matter whether you're an entrepreneur or not. You need to know the market, you need to know the competition, you need to know finance, you need to be confident. You have to be willing to do what most people are unwilling to do. You need strength. You cannot be an entrepreneur if you get disappointed, get tired. One bad thing happens, you lose money, and then you're like, oh, I want to commit suicide. And entrepreneurship is not for you. You need emotional strength. You need physical strength. You need mental strength. I dare say you even need spiritual strength. So not everybody can be an entrepreneur, but you can join an existing one. You need to be focused. You need to be a realist. You need a lot of commitment and drive. Today is Saturday. I'm meant to be somewhere. I had to call somebody else to help me take the people that are going to that event, to take them there. You need excellent people skills. You need excellent people skills. Everything has got to do with people. You're going to work with people. You're going to talk to people. You're going to do everything with people. All right. Now to balance many things in this life. You can't say that simply because you want to run a business, every other thing will go down. You have family, you have friends, you've got everything. So you have to balance this. You have to balance it. Okay? Me, at some point in time, I used to have a business-driven life. I'm hoping that I can go to do other things. I want to spend a lot of my time in the gym so that my tummy can go down. I want to spend a lot of time with my wife and my kids. I want to spend a lot of time in church. I know what to do. I've already done 20-something years of 24 hours a day. I'm hoping I can pivot into something else. All right, so pretty much that's where my presentation to them ended, and I'm hoping you also have gotten some value from this. Okay? Let me hear your thoughts and your opinion as we go for our break. Take a 30-minute break. We'll take a 30-minute break. Somebody, please switch on your mic. What have you taken away from this session? Anybody? Anybody?
Okay. Good good afternoon, sir.
Yes. Please go ahead.
Thank you
Please
so much
introduce yourself
for.
and go ahead. Mhm.
Okay, my name is Oluwatomilola from
Okay.
Oyo State, Nigeria. Okay, one of the
Okay.
things that stood out for me is to value exposure. Is to value exposure in the business, because you mentioned that most of the business strategies that are being put out today are done by people who probably don't even have businesses themselves. So one of the things I would like, what I would take away as an entrepreneur, is to expose myself to more the reality of the business world rather than theory.
Absolutely. Your MBA teachers don't run businesses themselves. So how are they going to teach you how to run a successful business is what I told somebody. Most people who teach MBA courses, they don't run businesses. I remember one of my friends, he went abroad for some MBA, one very expensive MBA like that. He was always flying to France or something, instead or something like that. And he tried running the business. 2-3 years after, he had gone to apply to get the job. So you have to really know who you are listening to. And now you're listening to a motivational speaker, one of the biggest motivational speakers in the country. He runs his company from his house. Doesn't really have a company, but he speaks about entrepreneurship everywhere. He himself does not run a company. Let's not even talk about a successful one. So you have to be very mindful of whom you are receiving guidance and advice from. Especially when it comes to things. You mentioned versus exposure. Can anybody hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir.
Hello.
We can hear you,
All
sir.
right.
Stop, we can-
Experience versus
Hello.
experience versus exposure. Experience versus exposure. Experience is like it's vertical. It goes down, it goes deep. Exposure is like it has breadth. It goes wide. A lot of people have experience, but they are not exposed. They're not exposed to newer ways of doing things, better ways of doing things, alternative ways of doing things, but they are very experienced. And that's it's a huge challenge for a lot of organizations. So please just note that you need both experience and exposure. All right, next person. Go ahead. Go ahead. Anybody? Go ahead.
Please unmute yourself and speak.
Or mute yourself and spoke. Anybody?
I think
Please
I saw 2
spoke.
persons who wanted to speak before.
Spoke now.
Your
Anybody?
greatest takeaways, please give us your feedback. What's your greatest takeaway from this session before we go on break?
Anybody?
Hello.
Yes, please.
Okay, my takeaway, there are two. Number one, strategy. Number two, exit strategy. Especially, I must start to think about how to exit. If not, like you said, I'll be here till 70, and I do not want that. So that's my big takeaway here today.
Thank you very much, Timothy.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Oh yeah. People have gotten caught up in these things. They don't know how bad this is, right? You think that? You really think that Dangote has it worked out right now? If it did, it won't be everywhere. If it did, it won't be everywhere. If it did, it will retire and play that overall role. But he's actively working. Even he doesn't have his exit strategy clearly defined. And he doesn't have a clearly defined, what did they call it? Succession plan. So it's very tough. These things are really tough. So you have to keep working at them to ensure that to get them right. Thank you. Who else? Anybody? Some person was going to speak.
Yes.
Okay.
Feel free to speak. Let's hear you before we go on break, please.
Okay. All right. That's fine. So we will go for our break. Let's go for 30 minutes. We'll come back and we'll continue with the class. Thank you very much, everyone. So, well, hopefully we can get we can all log off because I think they want to reset something so that we can come back. But I have very interesting things to say in the second session. So you should come back and it will be very helpful for you with the work that you do, with the business that you're running or that you're not running or you hope to run and all that. Thank you very much, everyone. See you in 30 minutes. Thank you. So the time now is 12:20. We'll come back here by 12:50. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. All right. So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I thought they were going to Mercy, I thought you were going to get all of us out of this link so that you can fix this chat issue. I thought that's what it is that you said you were going to do. So what happened?
Okay, boss, I was able to share the link I wanted to share on the Q&A chat room.
What is Q&A chat room?
There is a Q&A chat box here.
I can't.
It's an icon before people.
Yeah, I've seen it. So it's
Okay,
trying
so
to open here. Okay. So that's what you're using on
for now,
rather than the okay.
yes, sir.
Okay. All right then. That's fine. So not a problem. Okay. Okay, just give me a minute and we will get on with the class for today. Give me 1 minute. I just want to quickly consolidate something so that I can go through these things with everybody. So just give me a minute. I will be certain that I have everything now. Mhm. Uh-huh. Right. So I remember one of the things I wanted to say before we went on break. Yeah, most people who also do business, they don't realize that the longer you do business, the more unemployable you are. Can anybody tell me what you think that means? That the longer you do business, the more unemployable you are, right? On the average. Does anybody know what that means? You have any idea? Obviously, the longer you do business, the more pretty much unemployable that you are. The longer you do business. Because the longer you do business, organizing, I mean, it's going to be very difficult for you to be employed. It's going to be very difficult
Absolutely, sir.
because the longer you do business, so in business, so that's one of the, as I said, people do, they do motivational, a lot of motivational speaking when it comes to business. They will say everybody should do it and this, but I'm like, dude, I live this life. It's not hypothetical. It's not something. It's not motivational speaking. This is the work that I do. This is the life that I live. So I'm not just going to tell anybody to just pick up something without them thinking about it properly. If you worked, for example, I've been doing business for 20 something years. Imagine if I've worked in 3 banks or 4 banks over the last 20 something years, right? 22, 23 years. And as of today, I leave one bank, there's a high, it's almost 100% guaranteed that another bank is also going to hire me. Somebody is going to bring me as the GM somewhere. Somebody is going to make me ED somewhere. Somebody might even offer me managing director if I've worked for 20 something years in GT Bank or in Union Bank or in any bank. As of today, there's a huge possibility somebody is going to offer me something in another bank. But because I've run a business for 20 something years, hardly is anybody going to say, come and come and be an employee. Do you think if I apply to be the GM in a bank, they're going to hire me? No. No, they will not. It doesn't matter whether I am better than all their GMs or smarter than most of their GMs. That's completely besides the point. The point is that people prefer somebody that that is coming from the industry, that has been working for that length of time in the industry that they're in. So these things are like a big deal, and that's why, once again, the decision to either do business or not is a big deal. I'm going to go through this very quickly. We've already gone through some of these things. Today is the second session where so I started. I need to change this. I started with entrepreneurship, but I mean the entrepreneurship and business back to back. And next week I am going to look at public administration. I'm also thinking that we might want to bring, I don't know. When I was looking at the ACCA material, they had economics, because that's one thing I'm going to look for time for us to cover. ACCA has this beautiful material or course that I also want to cover. It's a beautiful course. It makes a lot of sense. It will help you, and it's global. This is ACCA that we're talking about. So they've got something like that. And at some point in time, I would like to cover that particular material. But of course, before I cover it, a lot of people should have gotten the basics before I cover that material. Let me give you a quick view or snippet into it. Yes. So ACCA has this thing called they have a course called Business and Technology. Once again, it's a beautiful course. It's, as far as I'm concerned, it's the most important ACCA course as far as I'm concerned, and I can prove that to you, because it's got everything inside of it, from HR to accounting to, different things, to technology. It's all in that particular ACCA course. So at some point in time, I would love to go through the material. It might be this year, it might be next year because of time. But at some point in time, I'm going to dedicate time. I'm going to open it up to the public And I'm probably going to do it during one of our holidays or something like that, so that we will have a broad section of people that will be a part of the course in itself. So it's a brilliant course. As I said, it is a brilliant course. I can put my money on it. It's a brilliant course. So in there, they also have economics. Oh, Afiz is here. Am I right? Afiz, you're here, right? Afiz, the economics guru. Okay, great. So if you look at, I was still looking at it yesterday. I was trying to make up my mind that do I think we're strong enough that our teeth as students of Transformation College. That I was trying to check whether we're strong enough yesterday, and I said, okay, maybe not now. So they've got this course. It's called Business and Technology. It's a brilliant course. It's a brilliant course. So if you look at it, you will see. So this is broadly speaking. These are the capabilities in the course. So you will see things like it covers things like let me do this. So you see it covers many things. The purpose and types of businesses covers that, uh, key stakeholders and the external environment. It covers all that. It talks about organizational structure, culture. It covers that. It also covers corporate governance and sustainability. It talks about it covers accounting and business functions. It covers that. It also covers systems, controls, and technologies. It also covers that. So it covers a lot of things. It even covers leadership and how teams and individuals. Like it has an extensive HR section, leadership. Yeah, it also covers personal effectiveness. It's a really good course. And then aspects of business and finance. It's a really good course. So at some point in time, I'm going to cover this course. So when I was looking at, so this is like part of the outline. So you can see that it talks about macroeconomic and even microeconomic factors and how they affect an organization. So it even covers this under A, right? Before it then goes to, so it covers all the macro, yeah. So look at it, all the macroeconomic, inflation, unemployment, economic growth, things like that. And then, so you can see it's got, when I was looking at the material, so look at it, right? So it covers microeconomics and macroeconomics. And these are the same things you cover in your economics course. Am I right? At least to an extent, Afiz.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, but I'll make a decision. So whether we want to do economics before accounting or accounting before economics, and I'll share this. I'll share this slide with you. I'll share the material with you just so that you will understand a lot of things around it. So it also covers all the things like Porter's five forces. I spoke about that last week. I spoke about SWOT analysis last week. Competitive factors. I mean, it's brilliant. I mean, if I tell you something is brilliant, you should understand what I'm saying. I mean, it's a brilliant course. So at some point in time, I will need about 4 days to be able to cover it. So it's either I cover it over 4 Saturdays at some point in time or something along those lines. So yeah, I was looking at it yesterday. Look at this thing called Hotter. All right. So, and it's under ethics. Hotter is under ethics. Honesty, openness, transparency, trust, empowerment, respect. I mean, it's a brilliant material. So at some point in time, we will look at it. So no issues at all, but it's a great material and I will cover it at some point in time next year, 2025. All right, so the guys on the other link, they're doing something else. We are doing something else here. We are the business people. We're the people that are going to hire all those people that are in the other class. You know that, right? It's we business people that run the company. We're the ones that deal with issues of accounting, of economics, of HR, and all those other things. And we're going to hire all those people that are in the other IT session. We're going to be the ones who start the business, and we're going to be the ones who hire all that expertise. As I said, I don't want to go through all this. I covered all these things last week. We've even covered something like this today. Now we say, what are the industries, food, accommodation, healthcare, education, clothes, transportation, maybe utilities. Yeah. I mean, banking, you can't do, everybody's going to bank for money tonight, right? So, and then maybe services. So these are industries. So you really have to think about it. And as I said, maybe I should put here telecommunications and tech services, something like that. Communication and technology services. So those are key industries. So if you say you're going into something, make sure that there is a need in the market for what you're doing. You can share the link. There are many businesses for people who decide that they want to do business. But just like somebody says, oh, I'm an author. Like, you better make sure that you're Robert Greene, or you're one of those people, because most authors don't make any money from their books. Most authors don't make any money from their books. The book is just there. You better make sure you're an international bestseller that is revered everywhere, at least maybe national. Go to all the bookshops around. How many books of those authors do they buy? Nobody buys those books. So me, when I complete all the books I'm writing, I'm going to dash most of them out, because how many people are even reading your books or going to the bookshop in Latena or Chartered Institute of Bankers bookshop? How many people are really reading? So once again, you really have to be certain that you can make money. Also, your vocation is different from your occupation. Your occupation versus your vocation. Sometimes people mix those two things. Please write it down somewhere. Your vocation versus your occupation. Those are two different things, and sometimes people mix them. People, of course, there are few people in this world that those two things they mix for them. Their vocation is those lucky people. Their vocation is their occupation. That's fine. If you're one of those people, you're blessed as such that your vocation is your occupation. Great. That means the thing you just say, oh, what you have a passion for is also where you make money. Man, I can tell you what I really have a passion for. I have a passion to get on the plane and to go to the beach and to take pictures in foreign lands. I have a passion to go and do evangelism. Right? So when people talk about their vocation, maybe something that they have a passion for. But the owners of Wando and Shell, do they have a passion for oil? Like, when they don't see what's that thing, crude oil, they'll fall sick, right? Okay? Your occupation is something that brings you money. Your vocation, of course, you have some weird people that these two things they mix. Um the weird ones that their occupation is equal to their vocation. There are one in every how many? One in every only God knows. Not common. Not common at all. Right? Because I have a lot of things that I can do. Everything that is not tied to me being in a training class or any of those things. Yes, so for me, my vocation will be like transformation college. Yes, for me that would definitely be my vocation, right? But transformation college does not bring me any money. Right? I don't even know whether it will ever do, and I don't really have expectations that it will, right? So that's like my vocation, but it's different from my occupation. My occupation is where I make money. right? So, and have you seen bankers that tell you that banking is really their passion? They just love to collect money from people and help them keep it and make an interest on it. I mean, really. So all of us, please, let's be mindful of that. Our occupation, where we make money from, versus our vocation, where we have passion, right? For a few people, those two things they mix. If I was making money from Transformation College, maybe for me too, that those two things will mix. But as of today, Transformation College is purely vocation for me. It's not my occupation because I don't make money from it. And that's one thing that a lot of people who I hear me mute that person, please. That's one thing that a lot of people don't take into consideration. What is the difference? We're talking about two different things, right? Your occupation versus your vocation. They are two different things. All right. So your occupation is like your profession, okay? Which is different from what we can say you have a general passion for. Okay. So please bear that at the back of your mind as we go ahead. I've gone through all this next week. You can last week. You can ask for the slides. I said everybody's got to have all these capabilities. I've done all these things. I said a company has got many parts to be managed. All right, a company has got so many parts to be managed. There's so many parts of a business that that you need to manage. It's ridiculous. But I can tell you categorically that the biggest challenge that a lot of companies have is their ability to be able to sell. That is the problem. They don't understand how to brand their companies. They don't understand how to do proper physical and digital marketing and advertising. And these two things that they don't know how to do usually is the biggest undoing for most businesses. Go and check around. Go and say you're looking for an architecture company, so many of them. Go and talk about a law firm, so many of them. Go and talk about who can make clothes, so many of them. Go and talk about who can run training services, plenty. What's the difference? Who's got the biggest brand? Who does the best marketing and advertising? Who builds the best relationship? So because in here, we can also talk about your ability to negotiate and build relationships. Those are the problems, right? These are the issues. I know I like that thing a lot. They say these are the issues. These are the issues. Do you know how to build relationships? Do you know? Because it doesn't matter. Everybody's got a lot. There's so many companies with great strategy. They do risk, they have excellent products. Do they have number 5 and number 6? No, they don't. No, they don't. Take it from a practitioner of business. And I have people who are also on the call that can give the right evidence to what it is that I'm saying. Where most companies struggle is number 5 and number 6. You can outsource a lot of things. You can outsource finance. You can outsource HR. You can outsource procurement. You can even outsource customer service. You can outsource so many portions of your business. But most people, their big challenge is number 5 and number 6. Think about number 5 and number 6. Think about you being a known brand across the whole of Nigeria. Think about the brands that are known across the entire country. Imagine you're a brand that is known across the entire West Africa. Wouldn't that be something? Will that not be something that you're a brand that is known across the entire West Africa? That you're selling, that you can outsource even the product. I went to one guy, his name is Oluwafemi, check online. He doesn't make his clothes in Nigeria. Everybody go on to Instagram and check the guy called Oluwafemi. The guy is always advertising his clothes. He doesn't even make those clothes. He brings everything from abroad. from Turkey or somewhere like that. Everybody go and check on Instagram. I'm doing free advert for the guy. Maybe the guy will pay me. Oluwafemi. And just see one of his videos. Can anybody just go to the Q&A and tell me if they, can anybody, before I go ahead, just tell me if you found him on Instagram. He has a clothing store in Victoria Island, in Ikoyi, in Ikeja. He doesn't make his clothes. I've gone to buy clothes from him. He doesn't make his clothes. He doesn't take your measurement. Did anybody find it? Please switch on your mic. Oluwafemi.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I did.
Have you seen one of those videos that he does inside of his shop or something like that, where he will, they'll put the camera, then you'll be like, dress with me. He does Monday dress with me. He doesn't have tailors. Get ready with me. Thank you very much. He doesn't have tailors. I went to his shop yesterday. He's outsourced his entire production end to end. But he's not outsourcing his branding. And he's selling. He's not outsourcing he's driving his brand. He's driving it. The guy is talking about, he's even helping other people to even advertise on his channel. And the guy is talking about videos that he did 5 years ago, 6 years ago. So a lot of things can be outsourced. Many things can be outsourced. But when it comes to your branding, your marketing, and your sales, that can hardly be outsourced. Hardly can it be outsourced. So, anyways, let me move on because of time. I've spoken about SWOT. I've spoken about PESTLE. I've spoken about Potter's 5 forces. Did they share a template for business model canvas for the people that were here last week? Anybody? Do you know? Mercy, can you confirm? Because I told them to share a template for business model canvas.
Yes, Doc, it was shared with them.
Brilliant.
It was shared. Okay.
Brilliant. Thank you. Right? So this is for real. This is not a joke. This is not something we play with. You have to understand what it is that you're doing as an organization. These are global things. These are global methodologies. They're not Nigerian. They're not my thoughts and my opinion. This is global in terms of what they are. So I also covered balance scorecard. What were the 3 templates that was shared? Edith, please tell me, what were some of the templates that was shared? Business plan, SWOT, business model. Which other one?
It's just the 3 of them.
Good. So, they can, if you want it, you can put your email address out. They will share it with you. The business model canvas, a template for a business plan, and your SWOT analysis. And you can do SWOT for yourself, and you can do SWOT for your organization. All right. We also talked about the 4 P's of marketing. That's what this is. The 4 P's and key considerations tied to these 4 P's. We also spoke about the key financial statements and, what are you going to do with these financial statements? What do you need them for? The top 2 will be your cash flow. Do you understand cash flow in your own organization? Do you have cash? Do you have cash? Are you cash leveraged? Because at some point in time, you need to pay salaries. You can't pay salaries with promissory notes. You pay. You need to pay your rent. You cannot pay rent. You pay rent with real money. So you have to understand your cash flow and your income statement. What exactly do you need to spend? And what is coming in? Somebody says, oh, a lot of people owe me money. It's that your inability to collect the monies that you're owed that will make you close down your business. Right? It's that thing, if you say, oh, I have money, but they owe me as it is. Okay, you don't have any money because you don't know when you're going to get that money. If you don't pay the landlord at the right time, he would have thrown you out of his office. If you don't pay Instagram at the right time, if you can't pay employees at the right time, they would have resigned. So cash is king, is what they say. Cash is king. Cash is king, is what it is that people say. Okay? We also did this last week. We did this last week. The key questions when you want to start a business. I put this down. I didn't have to copy it from anywhere. I run a business. So I know the key questions. Is there a market? Do I have a unique product? What is the price? Who are my potential buyers? Where will I find them? Do I need to have a physical location? You need to have answers to all these things. And I covered them last week. So I've covered quite a number of things. I've covered quite a number of things as we speak. All right. I have covered quite a number of things. Staffing is a big deal. How do you get the right staff? How do you hire the right people? Staffing is a big deal. How do you get people? How do you get the right people? How do you keep them? How do you keep them? I've run a business before that the people literally resigned every week or every month. You know, they literally just resigned at will because we were doing many things wrong and badly in the organization. We're doing many things wrong. We're doing many things badly in the organization. So how do you manage time? How do you drive sales, customers? How do you build a sales team? Where will you even build a sales team from? How do you build a strong and formidable sales team? How do you lead the sales team yourself? I mean, I'm going to Abuja on Monday to come back the next day to go to do a client presentation. Once I come back, I'm going to start planning to go back again. Sales. There are no workarounds to these things if you want to really get them right. And this is part of the curriculum. This is the curriculum. You know, I was saying to somebody that the way they designed the NID curriculum is that they've designed it in such a way that if you never go to school again, you should not starve. That's how they've designed it. They've designed it that you can go into public service. I don't know what is that level again. What's the entry level that you can use OND to enter for government? Does anybody know? Level what? 6 or 8 or what is that? What's that level that you can get into with your ND certificate in government? Level what? Anybody? Level what? Is it level 8 or level 6? I think it's either 6 or 8.
Level 6. 6.
Is it 6? It's 6,
Yes,
right?
6, yeah.
Okay. So that's how they've designed the curriculum, that you can actually Are we back?
Doc,
Can you
we
hear
can
me?
hear you. Okay,
Yeah.
yes. we
Okay, can you hear
now.
me now? Okay, can you hear me now? Everything that is here is what it is that they expect. Are you here?
Yes, we can hear you, Doc.
Hello. Okay, brilliant. Everything that is here is what they expect you to know relative to entrepreneurship. And this is a lot. Like, look at it. Like, they expect you to know all these things. This is the entrepreneurship curriculum. What is an enterprise? Appreciate reasons for entrepreneurship. Know who's an entrepreneur. Know the requirements for entrepreneurship. Know the source of business ideas. Know how they organize it. How to organize. How to organize is what this is meant to be. how to organize an enterprise, and know how to start an enterprise, know how to operate an enterprise. I mean, all this is inside of entrepreneurship. So it's a big deal. I believe I've already covered a lot of these things. As it is, I've already covered them. There is an HR slide. There's an HR image that I have. If you really want to understand human resources, I remember we had to do training for somebody, and it was because of that that I had to pretty much create this. Okay, so yeah, this is it. Let me just put it here. I always wanted to put it here, but I forget all the time. Yeah. So it's about HR, right? This is very small. I know what to do. I know what to do. I'm going to break it into two. Okay, so I'm going to do the first 10. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. Okay, then I'm going to now do the other one. I'm going to crop this one too, so that I can have the 11. Yeah, brilliant. Good. Yeah. So we used, I mean, I created this because of one of our clients. So yeah, I hope you can see my screen. And I was saying that, see, human resource management is a big deal. From the HR strategy to leadership to recruitment to biodata to employee handbook. There's a requirement for information security for most organizations, and HR needs to be involved. Training, capacity development, employee welfare, leave, intranet, effectiveness of staff or efficiency of staff, performance management, payroll, succession planning, grievance, and disciplinary procedures, exit management, diversity. I mean, we used this for training for one of our clients. So this HR in itself is a big deal. It's like, so once again, marketing is here. These are the 4 P's of marketing that is here. Finance is here. HR is here. There's a lot. There's a lot if you really want to get these things right as an organization. So I've covered most of those things. I've even spoken about this today. What are the characteristics of somebody? I mean, okay, you're somebody who gets disappointed, who gets tired, like you get frustrated. And if you're going to do entrepreneurship, go to the UK, go to Canada, go to those nice places where you can walk into a bank and the bank is going to give you a credit card of $5,000 that you can use. And they'll give you 3 months moratorium and then tell you to start paying after. Go to those nice places, those nice countries. All right. But if you hang out around me here in this my local Africa, this Nigeria, Oga, you can't be somebody who gets tired, who gets frustrated. Client, go and work for the government. You might not even get paid at all. Or they might lose your, what did they call it? They might even lose your work order. That has happened to me. Nigerian companies will send you something. They will say that they will pay you 90 days after completion of the project. Can you imagine? Like some of those things they even sound illegal. You give somebody a project, you tell them that this whole entire thing is 30 million. You tell them they get everything done, they supply, they do the installation, they do everything. Then you will take your time, then before you finally give them the sign-off certificate that everything is done. By that time, the client might have spent 1 year. Then you now tell them that you're going, in fact, some organizations say 180 days after completion, after project completion certificate has been supplied, then they will use when you will get paid. As in, like some of those things, they even sound illegal. Like, but because everybody is hungry, companies take advantage of that. People do these things. However, There is what's that? The Consumer Protection Council that people are meant to be able to go to complain when some of these things. That how can a company give out an RFP and say that they want you to do 100% delivery, delivery 100% upfront, and then they'll start processing. I've done projects for organizations. Let me not start to mention their names because we'll put this on YouTube, that have paid us 1 year after we have submitted our certificate that we completed the project. 1 full year. So your level of persistence, your level of innovation, your level of what's that thing that that woman talked about? Grit. Yes. Your your level of like you have strength. So okay, Faith Foundation will soon have the 2024 report. They usually release the report at the end of the year, but this report is available for those who are very intellectual. They also have this set of books that are great, that for entrepreneurship. So I mean, I went to Faith Foundation. I'm a proud graduate and alumni of this organization. So I did 2 programs with them, and I can say that they've helped me. They've helped me in my journey as an entrepreneur, knowing these things, but knowing these things, they really did help. So Adenike is the leader there. She's a good friend of mine. So you can download the report. It's available online for people who need to refer to these kinds of things when they're having a conversation. So you see the industries that they say that a lot of people or entrepreneurs that they exist in. So I mean, this is what they have in their report. They even have a program, and I can tell you, as part of, I mean, as part of our program, we also cover all these things. We cover everything under this business informatics. We have a flyer. Maybe Edith or Mercy should share the flyer. We say this business informatics program is better than an MBA, and we stand behind it. That what we're doing here is better than an MBA. This cost right now from Faith Foundation is about $500,000 or something for the physical version, and about 300K for the online version. And in this class that we're having, we're going to cover everything that is here. In this session that we're having over the next couple of semesters, we will cover everything and even much more. Okay. So in one of those classes, I wrote this. In one of those classes, so for an SME, you have to think about these things. So I wrote this in one of those classes, 12 things that you need to think about as a business, either as an entrepreneur or somebody who's a manager in an organization or a director, somebody who is contributing extensively to an organization. I wrote this. All right. So these are very important things. SWOT analysis, after all, I used to teach a lot in Lagos Business School, and even the things that I was teaching there, I have added I've added 100 things to it to make up for this class. So these are all the key things. You need to have an operational plan. You need to have a marketing plan. You need to have a financial plan. You need to maintain documentation. There are many things that you need to do as a business. So we're going to have 2 different Saturdays on accounting, on financial accounting. In fact, I was working on one of the slides for the ACCA Business and Technology. It was making a clear distinction between management accounting and financial accounting. In this program, you're going to do financial accounting this semester. You're going to do management accounting next semester. Then you're going to do finance, I think, public sector finance in the semester thereafter. So you're going to do this. So you're going to do all these things. So bookkeeping, what should you have? Edith, I don't know if you're still here. There was another template I told you to share with everybody. The template for business ideas. The template for business ideas that has got 200 business ideas. Did you share it? If you've not shared it, can you please share it across the community, please? And you should be in the community. They have a WhatsApp group. They have a couple of things. please ensure that they're going to keep sharing things that will help you and push you towards improvement. So please ensure you're part of that community. Is that okay? Mercy, did you hear that? Please get that template across to everybody. 200 business ideas.
Yes, Doc, it will be shared.
Okay. All right. Okay, so in that class, we're going to do all this. And that's why I say that, if you're a student of Transformation College, you need to leverage everything. You need to leverage everything. Next year, we're going to be doing a lot of work on artificial intelligence. We're already doing some work on digital marketing. I do not expect that you'll be a student here and you will not be taking that digital marketing course. So either you, your wife, your sister, your son, your brother, your enemy, your girlfriend, somebody, your boyfriend, they all need to be on that. You all need to be in that digital marketing class. We've done it twice this year already. I believe we have an extra 2 to do, because it's one of the ways by which you can get a remote job, but you really have to master those things. You truly need to be able to master them. So we're going to do all this in the session that we're going to be having in accounting. So I will not do too much here. This is also very important. Wisdom was saying, LRS, FRS. These are, if you don't take care of this, you will close that business down. It's a promise. It's a promise. Even but Afiz was telling me about Afiz was telling me about Bank of Agriculture. Just like you and I also need to include Pencom. You can't run away from these things. There's Pencom. That is a big deal. You have to pay pension for the organization or for your staff. You have to do HMO. So these are big things for everybody that is here looking to run a business, already running a business. These are key things that you need to know and that you need to be on top of. Look at that time, I was still writing 28%. Now, when they add everything, it's about 32%. So Nigeria, business loans will kill you. I don't even know how those loan companies, I don't know. Maybe some people have different kinds of businesses anyways. Because I don't understand how you're going to get a 48, we can look at as a 48% interest loan. And you're going to survive. How are you going to survive? How? How on earth are you going to survive? How? Maybe somebody can tell us. Maybe some brilliant person on the call, please tell us. How will you survive if you are doing 32? God forbid, 48 for an SME. How on earth are you going to survive? Because you have to pay the money back. And if you have any, if you default, then you're not going to have, what's that thing called? The penalties, yes, on any kind of default. As in, somebody should tell me now, Hafiz, tell me how to survive. Hafiz, maybe you know, somebody else. How are you going to take a loan from a commercial bank? Yes, it will kill you. It will kill you. Yes. Death. It is death. It will kill you. But most people don't know this. I have a family person that's taking all these loans. They're hardly ever able to pay it back because they never really understood what commercial loans are like. They never really understood it. They can hardly ever pay it back. All right, marketing and communications, big deal. I've spoken about this. And these are the reasons why you should be part of all that Google digital marketing that we're doing. These are the reasons. These are the reasons. You know, because you can remember, I broke marketing into physical versus digital. Hafiz in Abuja just had an event. He had to do a lot of physical marketing to get that event to work. If he did not do that, that event would have failed completely. If he did not do that, that event would have failed completely. That event would have failed completely. So everything is not digital and everything cannot be physical. Because he also did some digital, some people that were in Ekiti State even came for the event. So your organization needs to leverage both physical and digital marketing. Your organization needs to leverage adequately both physical and digital marketing. So I've already spoken to you about HR, right? All of you have to learn to be great managers. Everybody here has got to learn to be great managers. Google, she can Mercy or Edith, they can share what we're doing on the Google side. They can share what we're doing on the Google side. And of course, you have to be an expert in managing human beings. That's why I put that book there, The Laws of Human Nature. Well, I have a slide for it here. There is a, maybe it's not here. I don't think it's here. I have a book like that. It's called The Laws of Human. I don't think it's here. I don't think it's here. The Laws of Human Nature. You need to go and read it. You might not even have the time to read the book. Just go and listen to it online. Go and listen to it on YouTube. You see that in this life, you need to really understand how human beings work. What drives them? What fuels them? Where is it though? How can I not have that book here? Oh, I'm pinned. I am pinned. These are some of the things we're going to be doing next year. Aha, I know I had to have it somewhere. Yes. The laws of human nature. You will listen, it's available on YouTube. Go and listen to it so that you understand when people are acting like they've lost their minds, when people are jealous, when people are and all of us are narcissistic. It's just the level of our narcissism that matters. All of us are narcissistic. All right? All of us have a level of covetousness inside of us. All of us are defensive. We all are envious. I mean, these are things that are inside of all of us. They are inside of you that you're listening to me. You're irrational, all of us. It is the degree to which we have these things that is the problem. This is what makes us human. This is what, I mean, that's why if you're a Christian, you talk about, that you should put off a certain nature because this is our normal, natural nature. We all look at things, say, men can't cook, women can't do this. We all have all these things. All right. I knew I had to have it somewhere in there. All right. Now listen to it on YouTube. There are all sorts of animations and narrations around it. But it's brilliant, huh? It's brilliant. I've spoken to you about HR already. I've spoken to you about HR already. And it doesn't matter whether it's public or private institutions. You're going to have, they all have HR department. I was on a call with the government institution yesterday. They have a massive HR department. They all have an HR department. All of them. There's always HR everywhere. There's always HR everywhere. So some of you can decide that HR is going to be your specialization. You can. You can decide that HR is going to be your specialization. So that's very feasible. It's up to you. So I was talking about digital marketing. In your business, in your life, you better go and understand digital marketing. If you can't understand it, better go and have enough money to hire somebody that understands it. I don't understand it enough, but I have hired people who truly understand it, and I pay them a fortune because of this skill set. So God, otherwise your business is going to struggle. Now I'm trying to do things in Kenya. Now we're trying to do things in Cameroon. Now we're trying to do things in different locations. If you don't understand these things, if you don't understand how to leverage digital, you have to go to the places that are physical that you can go, but you also have to do digital. So I have a flight that will be going to Nairobi in a couple of weeks, but I'm also doing a lot of digital before I go to do the physical. Your organization, your business, your entrepreneurship endeavor needs to combine physical and digital. So if you go for those Google things, you will learn these things. You will learn them. I don't know them enough. I'm not an expert when it comes to digital marketing. All right. But as I said, I pay an arm and a leg. I have about how many people within my organization? Almost 10 of them that do digital marketing. About 10, almost a dozen of them. Doing all sorts of things for different companies within the organization. So it's a big deal. It's a big deal. So go for that class. I'm not going to try to teach all this inside of here. We've talked about an ERP. These are some of the things we're going to be doing. We've talked about an ERP. We're going to hopefully show you Odoo as an ERP and Zoho at some point in time. I'm going to teach you Odoo and Zoho. This is one of the reasons why I closed down a company where I was already doing almost ₦1 billion about how many years ago? About 8 years ago. Closed the company down. I was already doing $1 billion as at then. Can you imagine? But I was careless. I was careless. I didn't put my eyes on this. So the first time I made it big in business, I was careless. There were two major areas for my carelessness. It was, or maybe three, but primarily two. Receivables collection. People were owing me an arm and a leg for an extended period of time. Number two is on this page. I closed down a company almost 8-9 years ago that were doing about 800 million per annum because of this. So two things that I had a problem with. I had a problem with my finance. I had especially my receivables and my calculation of tax. And I had a problem with the payment of my taxes. I closed down that company. So, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to business, be mindful of these things. Take them into keen consideration. You might have the best product, you might even have the best marketing, and just because the tax person they've come to pursue you and they put something on your wall, on the door of your office, you have to run away and close down the office and go through liquidation. Otherwise, these are the reasons why sometimes you have to now do liquidation and receivership. That means they will collect the company, right? You have to liquidate, you have to go to court to say that our company is dead. Okay? So be mindful of these things. You liquidate the company just because you did not take number 4 into consideration, not because you did not take number 8 into consideration. These ones, I did a business recently with it wasn't even a business. We're just calculating something. Do you know that for government jobs you pay as much as 10% on consultancy jobs? If you don't factor that 10% into it, that if your profit was 15%, 10% of that is already gone. And if they pay you late, you will do that business. On paper, it will look like $1 billion. When you walk out of the place, you might not even have 1 million naira to your name. Government will do their deduction from so. Did I say 10%? Sorry, 20% deduction when it's government. For consultancy jobs in Nigeria, 20% deduction from a government institution. Imagine you're unaware. Imagine you're unprepared. They do a 20% deduction from your money. And then your interest, your profit on that thing was maybe 15% or 14, and sorry, it was maybe 21 or 22 or 25, and they do 20% deduction from government. You're going to go home crying. You're going to go home crying. So these are things, right? For consultancy from government, for consultancy work. They would take this money from source, my friend, directly from source. You just be there crying. Now, why did they take this much money? The people will be looking at you. They'll say, didn't you know? Yeah, I didn't know. They'll say, yeah, sorry, oh. And we thought you knew. That's how government takes it. You're like 20% gone already. So these are key things. Whatever it is that you're doing in business or based on your entrepreneurship journey, just make sure that you're solving problems and you're providing solutions. End of story. Problem solving, solution provisioning. Just make sure that and their businesses. It's not just the entrepreneur, whatever business is doing too. Both the entrepreneur and whatever business he or she is doing, they should be providing solutions. They should be providing solutions. Solving problems and providing solutions. Solving problems and providing solutions. Solving problems and providing solutions. All right, we've already gone through a lot of this. I've spoken about all these things. I've said everything here. Yes, what are the forms of business ownership? So limited, you can go to do in Nigeria, call it business name. And what's the other one called again? Where is Stripe? We call it business name and limited liability, or you have it as an NGO of some sort. So in Nigeria, that's what it is. We call it business name, or you have it as an NGO or something along those lines. Business name, or you have it something along those lines. So in Nigeria, but generally people talk about, forms of business ownership. You own it alone, you're in a partnership, or you do it as a limited liability, like a corporation, like a proper organization. But the truth is that most companies will go through like this. They start out with one person, they become some kind of partnership with a couple of directors, and then one day they might even go to the stock market. So if most businesses start out from soul, somebody would have been doing the thinking. When you go on CNN and they say some people have had they've had a company for 100 years. CNN is always celebrating companies that have been around for more than 100 years. Quaker Oats, Rolex, all those kinds of, even designer companies, all those types of organizations. They say that this business started in 1909 or something like that. Mercedes-Benz, all those kinds of organizations. They all start out as a sole proprietorship. Though your beginning may be small, your going and your latter end will definitely be great. So you start as a sole, moves to partnership, and then it becomes a bigger organization. Okay? Of course, so you also have a franchise model, you have a corporation, you have a cooperative, you have an NGO. All right. So you can also have like an NGO, which is not a for-profit business like Transformation College. Although you might not be for profit, you still want to find ways of ensuring that you stay afloat. You still need to pay salaries. You still need to do all sorts of things. So you might get sponsors or support from one thing or the other. Yeah, but there are various types, forms of business ownership. So you can have a cooperative, you can have a partnership, as we said, you can have a franchise business. All those franchises that are in Nigeria. Okay. All right. So all those franchises that are in Nigeria. I think what's that thing? Chicken something, Bacillus. Those kinds of places. Um now we have what's that thing? Burger King. Yeah, the Burger King is a part of McDonald's or something like that. What do we have in Nigeria? I think it's McDonald's or something. Yeah, whatever. Or whichever of those things that we end up having, those franchises. And of course, your business, you have your direct, the direct extended enterprise, and even the further ones. By the time your organization gets bigger, especially if you're a regulated entity, you now have all these bigger things you need to deal with. Structure is important. Structure is important. There are many quotes on structure, right? Somebody can go into the AI and say, "Give me some quotes on business structure." You can say, "Give me some quotes, some quotable quotes on business structure." So I'm sure to come up with a couple of things, quotes on business structure, will give you some things. So structure is important. In fact, some people say that, you can never grow without structure. So everybody, did you see that thing on WhatsApp? Quotes on business structure. Mine is saying organizational design is the deliberate process of configuring and aligning the various components of an organization to achieve its goals. Let me change it to quotes on poor business structure. So I can do quotes on poor business structure. I can do quotes on poor business structure. And do various quotes on having a poor business structure. Everybody should learn how to draw an organogram. If you don't know how to draw an organogram, just go and look at what they do for I mean, go and look at how they even do football. Though that's not an organogram, that has nothing to do with hierarchy or anything like that. Nevertheless, all right, ineffective. All right. So because this talks about structure, it talks about who's going to have the all right, who's going to have the responsibility to do what? Everybody should learn this. Everybody should learn how to draw an organogram. You can draw an organogram in Microsoft Word, in PowerPoint. You can draw an organogram in different areas. All right. The curriculum also says that people should understand how businesses can contribute to the community or to the environment. How can businesses contribute to the community? And that they do that by aligning their CSR to SDG. Everybody must do CSR. What does CSR mean? Type it into Google. Corporate social responsibility. CSR. Corporate social responsibility. And your corporate social responsibility should be aligned to SDG. So you should align your corporate social responsibility to know poverty, to help education, to help health, to help feeding, to help gender equality. Every organization should do CSR. everybody should do CSR. Everybody should do CSR. Everybody should do CSR. Even individuals should do CSR. The key thing, our CSR, corporate social responsibility, should be aligned to SDG, ideally. So that you can say in our own organization, our CSR is aligned to one of the SDGs. That's important and that's essential. Okay, I think I've covered everything I wanted to cover today. Next week, we're going to look at, I've covered all these things, right? I have covered everything here. Next week, we're going to look at public administration. So we're going to look at public admin. We'll also share the slides with you, so it's not a secret. So you can go through the slides. All right, we'll give you some tests. We'll start giving you some tests. I hope you do all your assignments. We'll give you some tests. We'll make sure that the things we give to you, they're directly from what we have taught you. We're not going to try to punish you and do like the Nigerian university and start to ask you things that we did not cover, we did not teach. So this is what we're going to be doing next week. So please invite your friends, invite your family, invite your enemies. Pray for your enemies is what the Bible says. We should pray for our enemies. So invite your enemies. Don't even bother pray for them. Just bring them here so that they can be blessed and they can also see you prosper. All right. So we're going to look at some of these things on public admin. It's some of them, I mean, HR, for example, we've already talked about that. So really, that shouldn't be a problem. That really shouldn't be a problem. We talk about the arms of the government. I'm going to have some experts here next week, and definitely our chat will work. Judicial control, executive control. Going to look at National Assembly. What do they do there? Do they have a job, a real job? Okay. So it's a long day next week, but I'm sure we'll have fun. I'm sure we'll have fun. All right. It will form the basis for another course that we're going to have, which is citizenship education or something like that. So we're going to do all this next week. Okay. So this is for next semester. All these things on management, the next semester. All right, people, thank you very much. It's definitely been great talking to all of you today. I've enjoyed myself. Thank you. Yeah. Any thoughts, any opinion as we bring this to a beautiful close? It will be good. It'll be interesting next week. We'll share the slides. So you can see that a lot of what I covered last week, I've covered them again. I said them last week. I'm saying them again so that these things, you can hear. Faith cometh by hearing. In this instance, international job and skill sets and capabilities will come by the consistent hearing during what's this thing called during our business informatics course. So it's during this course that you will learn the key things that you need to learn. All right, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Have a great remaining part of your weekend. I hope this has been good. Please write your business plan. Everybody has an assignment. Please, they're going to remind you of that assignment. We all have an assignment and we all need to do well in that assignment that we have. Thank you very much. God bless you. Have a great weekend. We good?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mercy, over to you. Any announcements or anything like that as we go to our houses? I'm already in mind.
Thank you so much, boss, for such a wonderful session. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. So we'll gather again next week. And like the lecturer mentioned this morning, please do well to do all of your assignments, okay? And to those of us who are yet to fill up the attendance, please check the Q&A chat box and then you see the link there. Fill up the attendance, all right? And then for the remaining, for some of us that are yet to pay our registration fee, we're supposed to close registration yesterday.